Good afternoon. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors work session Tuesday, July 15th, 2025, 3 p.m. Board meeting room, 39 Bank Street, Southeast Chatham, Virginia, 24531. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, sir. Mr. Bowman?
Here.
Mr. Dalton?
Here.
Mr. Dudley? Mr. Ingram?
Here.
Mr. Whittle?
Here.
Mr. Height?
Here.
Mr. Tucker?
Here. Thank you. Are there any items to be added to the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have one. I got you. I make a motion to add fire and EMS service agreement to item 8A during closed session.
Is there support for the motion?
Yes, I'll second it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton. Any discussion on the motion? Any discussion? Hear none, please cast your votes. Thank you. Motion passes 6-0. All right, let's see. Now I'll call for a motion to approve the agenda with the addition.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, I'm not sure if this is the right place to do this, but on the regular session meeting, on our business meeting, we've got consent calendar on there, and we have resolution for approval of the four-way stop sign at the intersection of Tunstall High Road, and it's on the consent. And what I'd like to ask is if we could move it into the work session to discuss, leave it on the consent, because by being on the consent, the public doesn't have a chance to talk to this.
Mr. Bowman, the only thing we need to do when we get to our regular business meeting, just make a motion to separate
Okay.
and separate that item, and then we'll deal with it there.
So just pull it off consent calendar and make it.
Separate it from the consent.
And that's what I was thinking about doing,
Yeah.
but I thought this might be
No, just make a motion to separate it at that point
I
in
can
time.
do that. Thank
Okay,
you.
Thanks. All right, let's see, did we get the motion to approve and second?
Second.
All right, thank you. Any discussion? Please cast your votes.
Who made that motion? I'm sorry. Vic, okay.
You made the motion, then.
I did. What was your question?
That was a
Yes.
question. Who made the motion?
Who made?
Oh, I did. Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
All right, motion passes 6-0. All right. For the citizens' convenience, all work session and committee meetings are now being recorded and can be viewed in the county's Facebook and the same on YouTube location as the Board of Supervisors business meetings. Please remember that the board's work session is designed for internal board and county staff communication, discussion, and work. If it is not a question and answer session with the audience. Accordingly, during the work session, no questions or comments from the audience will be entertained. Respectfully, any outbursts or disorderly conduct from the audience will not be tolerated and may result in the offending person's removal from the work session. As a reminder, all county citizens and other appropriate parties, as designated by the board's bylaws, are permitted to make comments under the hearing of the citizens section of tonight's business meeting. All right, let's see, moving on to item 6A, landfill. That's Mr. Adcock.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
The first item is a landfill gate fee adjustment for county residents. In July 1, we increased the gate rate at our landfill from $41 a ton to $45 a ton, and that was the first rate increase that we've had in several years. And when we did that rate increase, there was some requests from the board to look at some considerations for our citizens when they come to the landfill to dispose of trash generated at their homes or other property that they own. So we currently do, if they come in, if it's an internal inside the house project, we do currently waive that fee. It's things like outside projects, if they're cleaning up, tearing down a shed, doing things like that, that we have been charging them. So we did a little research, and some of the localities around us have similar waivers for fees, but they were either based on a tonnage per month or a tonnage per year. And with almost 60,000 citizens, that's kind of a real pain to deal with and keep track of. So I found one that I thought was reasonable that I would present to you. And this comes from a county to the east of us. And they basically, if you have, and we've already written some different terms for this during some of the other waivers that we've done for storm events and things like that. If you present your proper identification that you're a property owner in the county, and you come in a personal vehicle with material to dump, then you pay no gate fee for that material. If you come in a personal vehicle with a trailer, then the proposal would be that you pay half of the gate rate, or a little bit less than half the gate rate, or $20 per ton. And that is just to keep people from abusing the situation. And then the third would be, the third would be if you're just a commercial user, you pay the regular gate rate fee. But that is kind of what I wanted to bring to the board, and my suggestion. That way it's easy for us to keep track of it. And actually talking to some of the older personnel at the landfill, several years ago, we actually did used to waive all of the fees for citizens when they bring trash into the landfill. And actually it helps us somewhat to keep our convenience centers not as overloaded. If they know they can come to the landfill with a truckload of material and not get charged for it, they possibly won't go to one of our open tops and fill that up with a bunch of debris then when we have to roll a truck to bring it back to the landfill. So that is my proposal, and I would take any questions regarding that.
Thank you, Mr. Adcock. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, Mr. Adcock.
Mr.
Does
Wood.
it depend on how long the trail is?
Well, if it's any trailer, since we're still charging a fee for a trailer, then no, it doesn't. So the only one that we would actually waive the fee would just be a personal vehicle, but that could be a car or a truck.
Right.
Within reason. I think somebody comes in with a dump truck, we may have to,
I understand. I appreciate you.
do a little bit of a reasonable conversation with them.
Thank you, sir. Mr.
Mr. Ingram first, go ahead.
Ingram? Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chris, what would be the harm in not charging anybody on a personal vehicle with a trailer, regardless of how long it is? Because if they're mindful enough to bring it to the landfill rather than taking it to the back roads of Cascade and dumping it on the side of the road, I'm grateful for that. So I remember some comments that Darrell made at one of the prior meetings, and these are our citizens and this is their landfill, and I don't know that we bring in enough revenue to make that much difference. I wouldn't want anybody to decide because of any kind of rate that they'll just wait till it gets dark and go down the road. So I guess what I'm asking is that if we waived it even for a personal vehicle with a trailer, not commercial, would that hurt us as far as revenue? Or
I don't think it would be significant. I tried to find some data, but we kind of lumped a lot of that together in our records. We do have a code for 28R, which is municipal solid waste for a resident, and that was the waste that's generated, as we mentioned, inside the house that we've already been waiving, and that was less than 1,000 tons for the year. So we're not really looking at a very huge amount of lost room, space, or revenue. So that would actually be simpler for the staff to keep track of if we just said, as long as you have the proper credentials, and we've listed that before. It's got to be an ID that shows your address or some other documentation that shows that you are a property owner or a resident, and then we could just waive it all.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Ms. Dahl?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah, that was actually going to be one of my questions. Could we just waive all the fee for our residents, or could we set? I don't know how it'd be if you had an amount of weight free, so many tons a month, or something
Well,
I don't know if that would even work or not, but I don't like charging the residents for anything.
Well, we
that
may
goes to
want to,
landfill.
as I mentioned, the tonnage. We looked at some of the other localities do have a tonnage limit, and we may just need to just put a tonnage limit in the verbiage just to keep people truthful and honest, because if we do waive it and we start seeing the same person come by every week, then we may have to say, hey, you're kind of abusing the situation.
Right.
But really keeping track of the tonnage of each individual person is going to be something that we really couldn't do. It would be too hard. I mean, because you got 60,000 people,
That's right.
and it would just be too hard. But if we could say, put a limit on it, maybe in the verbiage, I think that would be good. But I don't have a problem waiving if we waive it all for citizens.
I'm all for that myself, as far as anything for citizens, just waive all of it.
Sure.
I mean, we've already increased the gate rate, so, but, thank you, I'm good.
Mr. Height?
I'm kind of agree with Darrell. I'm paying $120 a year to drop it at a box, and if I have a pickup truck load, it would be easier to take to the landfill and try to load it into a top box at a convenience site. So, I mean, our citizens need to feel like they are getting something for their money. And if we're taking in less than 1,000 tons a year personal, we're not talking a huge amount of money.
No.
Mr. Height? Mr. Dudley?
Oh, yes, sir. Apologize for being late, my friend. Sorry about that.
Okay.
Chris, what's it like now on what you got open as far as our landfill?
Well, we have open.
Yes.
Currently, what we've got open, we have like 2.8 years in that,
Okay.
and we're working on permitting phase 3.
Okay.
I'm sorry, what did you say on years?
The cell that we have open now is we have a lifespan of 2.8 years based on the amount of tonnage that we're averaging.
Is this C?
Yeah.
Okay.
C1 and C2.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Let's see. Mr. Adcock, I guess I'm going to have to land where the majority's at as far as not charging the residents. But I think when you draft policy, can you maybe put some verbiage in there or as a deterrent, rather? For example, we'll waive that tipping fee for all residents not to exceed, a ton of whatever within a month's time or something like that. I don't know what's appropriate, but I'd be in favor of something like that. Just include it in the language so that it's kind of a deterrent to prevent larger contractors from kind of flying under the radar and bringing one load after the other on a daily basis. Okay.
Yeah, we can do that. Yep.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir. Mr. Bowman.
if you don't mind, and I like what you're saying there, but I would do this and do it as for a year. Let's test it for a year, and let's see what we have coming through the gate.
Okay.
And keeping track of that, and then coming back to us when we start, again, this is part of our budget process here, these gate fees, and let's figure out what we're going to have to charge or if we're going to have to go back and change it again. But I'd say use a year, in order to evaluate this, and then we find out if this is something that we want to stay with or if we need to modify it then. I don't like open-end type policies. I like to see something that's more specific and concise there. So that would be my recommendation.
Yes, sir.
We can do, and we already have the charge code that we utilize for the citizens that when we do allow it to be not charged. So we can definitely come back with a tonnage at the end of 6 months and then the end of a year to see what it is, to see how it's tracking. And then we have the historic values we can look at to just see how it compares to the two.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Bowman. So you are able to track it?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's see. I would definitely ask you to maybe go back.
So maybe go ahead and write a policy and then
Pin the
bring
parchment.
it
Yes,
back?
sir.
Okay.
Exactly. That's
And we
what
can
I'm-
bring it back, I guess, in a consent agenda item next month? Is that, or not to consent, but
Well, before it goes to consent, I think, it should pass the smell test with the
Okay.
board. Mr. Bowman.
And may I, but your county administrator over here, have him, run it through him, and let him give you that, that blessing on that before it comes back to the board.
sure, okay.
All right. Anything else on 6A?
Not for me, sir.
Okay. Item 6B, update on the water infrastructure project. Mr. Adcock.
Yes, sir, this is a three-part deal. So we'll start out with water tank maintenance. The Public Works Department is responsible for the ownership, operation, and maintenance of 5 large water storage tanks. You've seen those outside of our office out in Broswell. These are our large 100,000 plus gallon tanks we use for storage. These tanks require annual inspections, periodic internal cleanings, and both internal and external painting to ensure proper sanitation and structural integrity. Prior to the merging with the county, the PCSA, which was a service authority, had a long-term maintenance contract in place. Following the merger, it was determined that contract needed to be rebid. As a result, the county's purchasing department issued a request for proposals for water tank maintenance services. The RFP was advertised in the Star Tribune, posted on the Virginia Business Opportunities website, and made available on the county's website. We received 2 proposals for those services. After thorough evaluation, the selection committee recommended awarding the contract to USG Water Solutions, which is the company that previously had it. It's a large nationwide company that specializes in water tank maintenance. Contract is valued at $68,293 annually for a term of 5 years, totaling $341,465 over the life of the contract, and we currently allocate money in the budget for those services. So I guess I would request that we put on the consent agenda for the business meeting that we approve the contract with USG Water Solutions.
Questions for Mr. Adcock on this water infrastructure update? Any questions, comments? Mr. Bowman?
I'll jump out there. Chris, is it just one water tank?
We have 5
We
in our
have
system.
5.
That
Okay, so 3, just for clarity here. So we're looking at $341,000 plus for the 5.
For 5, yeah.
Okay, for 5.
For all 5 for 5 years.
For 5 years.
Basically, it's 68. So they looked at, we gave them a specification on what needed to be, so when it needed to be cleaned. Each of them gets an annual inspection. The ones that were due for painting based on the historic maintenance, so some of them were coming due for painting during that 5-year term. And painting a tank is a pretty involved process internally as well as externally. So that includes some of the tanks being painted internally, externally, and then includes the inspections throughout that 5-year term. And it's actually came in quite a bit less than what we were paying previously for that service.
So do they have to, one other question, Mr. Chair. So do they have to obviously drain these tanks? So is there a redundancy of where the water comes from to provide to the customer once they shut that tank down?
Yes, sir. We have to either put in a temporary storage system or a pump system, or we have to use our pumps on a continuous cycle, which we monitor that when it's usually about a week or so. So we'll put it on a continuous cycle, bypass the tank, and we've done it, over the years and never had any problems with it. So we're familiar with the process. A lot of these
Chris.
tanks, we've had contracts with them going back to when they were constructed back in the 70s, 80s.
Got it. Thank you, Chris. Mr. Chairman, fine.
Thank you. Any others? Mr. Adcock, let me ask a couple questions, if I may, sir. Give me the name again of this company.
USG Water Solutions.
Okay. Where are they based out of?
They are based out of Atlanta.
Atlanta? How much do we know about them?
They've been doing this for us since the tanks were constructed, 40 years or so.
Okay. I think you stated that they came in less expensive than the previous group we were using. Is that right?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
All right.
It's because we were able to, previously when the tanks were constructed, they went under a service contract when they were constructed, so they were all kind of staggered. They weren't in line with each other. And then when we developed this new RFP, we looked at what services had been done previously, and we looked at the recommended term for exterior paint job is 15 years, and internal paint job is 10 years. So we looked at what they had done previously, and we set that schedule based on that.
Okay. And please don't take this the wrong way, no disrespect. Mr. Shorter, have you actually read this contract? Then let's not put it on consent agenda. I'd like to have Mr. Shorter get some eyeballs on it, just fresh eyes so as to protect the county and ourselves. Okay?
Sure.
Okay. We'll be glad to move that along. All right.
And I think, when we do this type of contract, it would be, I think the consent item would be approval or authorization for the county administrator to enter into a contract. So, if we're waiting, if he's authorized to do that, we can go ahead and enter into it. If not, we're going to wait another month to bring it back before we enter the contract, which is not going to kill us in this situation, but just keep that in mind that we have to wait another month to.
Yes, sir.
to do
If it's time sensitive, I can appreciate it, but I'm trying to protect you
Sure.
and protect the county at the exact same time, and that's why we have a county administrator hired to review those contracts,
Sure.
to be our eyes and ears for us. Okay?
All right.
All right. Thank you, sir. We're
Yes,
going to
sir.
move to item C. Battle
Yeah.
on the board of donation.
I've got two more.
Oh, you got two more.
I got two sub-items two more sub-items in
Okay,
that.
got you.
The second item is the Vista Point Water Improvement Project. So the Public Works Department has operated the Vista Point Water System since 1984, and we've made no really major improvements to that system since 1988. To address the aging infrastructure, bids were recently solicited for significant upgrades to the system. Falwell Corporation, which is the same company that upgraded the Woodrome water system for us last year, submitted the low bid and was selected as a recommended contractor. Falwell recently, as I mentioned, completed an upgrade to the Woodrome system in Motley. Dewberry, the county's engineering consultant for the project, has reviewed the bids and recommended awarding the contract to Falwell Corporation in the amount of $199,570. We have sufficient budgeted funds to cover the cost of these improvements, and Dewberry's recommendation letter was included in the package. Now, this would be a standard agreement, but we can take it back to the county administrator as well if we want to do that too.
Any questions, comments for the board? Okay.
Just what we want to do, run it back through,
Yeah, I'd prefer, if it's a time-sensitive issue, just make us aware it's time-sensitive, that we have to make a decision kind of post-haste on the spot.
okay.
I'm all about it, but anytime that the county administrator can get eyes on it, we're, at the end of the day, going to authorize them to enter into those contracts. But, we certainly want him to have the opportunity to read it and also digest it, wrap his mind around it, make sure we're okay.
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 And in
Thank
this
you, sir.
situation, Vista Point, the owners of the condominium requested we wait until after Labor Day to do the work anyway, so that is going to work out good for that.
Okay.
So the next item is Robin Court, and that is kind of time sensitive with us.
Okay.
So we received bids this past Friday, July the 11th, for the much anticipated project. We just received the bid tabulation this afternoon from our engineer on that project. We received 4 bids. The lowest bid came in at $767,000, and that was a company, Classic City Mechanical, who also did the Horseshoe Road project. And the amount of grant that we received was just over $900,000 for that project. So it is under the grant amount, which we have utilized some of that funds for engineering previously already, as this project's been in the works for about 4 years now, with engineering approvals and everything. So I would like to request that we are able to move forward with the contract with Classic City Mechanical for their base bid amount of, I think it's $767,698 to begin that work.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Comments, Mr. Dudley?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What was the name of the company you said?
Classic City Mechanical.
Classic
City
City Mechanical.
Mechanical.
Okay. I just didn't hear that. That's what I
Okay.
Thank you, Chris.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Dalton?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes,
Yeah, I
sir.
would strongly recommend that we move on with this project, because these people have been struggling
Yep.
for a long time down there, and we have we have waived some fees for them, try to help them out, so we don't want to stall this none. I think we need to move forward.
Absolutely.
Sorry, thank you.
I'm good with that, too.
Very good. All right.
Mr.
So
Chairman,
we can add that to it.
just
yes.
one other for
Yes, sir.
clarity. Chris, you said something about a grant. Can you go into a little more detail on the grant?
Yes, sir. Because we were under consent order on this project from the Virginia Department of Health, we received a grant for around $900,000. I don't remember the exact amount, but we were awarded a grant. It's been over a year ago, but we've been waiting for the health department to approve everything. But it was over $900,000 for this project.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Shorter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Adcock and I talked about this particular project, and we did have a sense of comfort considering that this company in recent history, as a matter of fact, our last major water extension was performed by this company. So that gave me a little calm on that, and that it was bid out. The gap or the delta between what it's bid and the grant, and I personally would recommend, even if it were a little over, to use some of our surplus funds. It was bid out, and I'm sure all of the bids, it was the same, with the cheapest plastic pipe that could qualify and use. But there is an upgraded material that is preferential for a number of reasons: pipe detection, durability, sustainability. If Mr. Adcock would expand on that, I think it would be wise for you guys to be educated on that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. And I'm sorry I didn't mention that, but we did have so the base bid was PVC, and PVC is certainly a fine material that we utilize all the time in our construction. But because most of it's covered with grant, we did do an alternate bid item for ductile iron pipe, and a lot of our projects are cross-country or on kind of rural roads. This does allow us some protection from people digging down on the pipe that maybe they didn't contact 411, or perhaps the marks were off and they dig down and they encounter this pipe. It does give it some protection, and it also allows us a better chance of detecting it with our tools. I think the amount was about $180,000 to utilize ductile iron pipe, and so that we do have a delta, and we do have some surplus funds that we've carried over for several years in the budget. So that would be a great request from my group, that we do utilize ductile iron pipe if that is something that the board would consider.
Let me speak to that. And Mr. Adcock, thank you. This has been 4 years in the making, and as far as the residents out at Robin Court, it's been a long time coming. My humble opinion, I think we should follow your lead and use the better material for the residents, and let's get moving as quickly as possible. Okay? Yes, sir, Mr. Ingram.
I totally agree with what the chairman just said, and I will say, while this horseshoe project was underway, I went through there quite a bit, and they did a good job. No complaints from the residents or people just passing through, so I think that's a good pick.
And I did talk to the contractor prior to the meeting, and he said that's probably the same crew that did that project is probably going to do this project as well. They're under contract with the city of Danville for just routine maintenance and installations. So they are here, and they're busy, and they're committed to the area.
Chris, when we added Saddle Road onto that, did they do that as well?
They did, yes, sir.
Okay, I was thinking as such.
Yeah, they did.
They did a really good job, so thank you.
Mr. Evans, are we going to put it on consent to award this contract, or do we need to make a formal motion in our regular meeting?
A formal motion in the business meeting to add it to the consent agenda.
Okay, all right. Thank you, sir. Anything else, Mr. Adcock, on the water?
No, sir, that's it.
Thank you so much,
you.
sir. All right, so now we'll move to battle on the border. Mr. Dalton.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a group of young kids, teenagers and young children at the ODAC. They have a showmanship program over there with their livestock. We supported this last year. I think it was like a $2,000 donation, a sponsorship for it. It's just a great program for the youth. It actually brings in pretty good little revenue throughout the county, economic impact. I think they already have something over 300 rooms booked at the local hotels, people coming in and out of town, so it's just good for everything. Like I said, the main thing I'm interested in is supporting it, because it's something for the children to do.
Yeah.
And that's my request. If I need to make a motion to do that, I will. And that's about it. Any questions?
Mr. Dalton.
Yes, sir.
I know you're requesting we support.
Yes,
Can you
sir.
share with us how much are we supporting with?
$2,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got everything but that.
Okay, all right. It's a
Thank you.
$2,000 support to the program. And I think we'll have to identify that money. It hadn't been, set aside in the budget, but I'm all for that. Thank you, sir.
All right. From the remainder of the board, any questions, comments? Mr. Bowman?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Dalton, so
Yes, sir.
this was awarded last year, and we did basically the same thing.
Correct.
Is this going to be recurring, so we need to put it into the budget, or
Uh,
is this just a one-time?
No, sir. I'm hoping it's going to continue every year. I mean, this is their second event, and I think that we'll keep having each year. And this year it's going to be in August. I think last year was in July.
Okay. Is there anything that the board can get to show what this is all about, other than Diamond Buckle sponsor? It's not that I'm not for this. I'd just like to see some more information.
Oh,
on
absolutely.
what we're putting our money toward.
Yeah.
Is there,
We can get that. Yes, sir.
yeah, okay. That's all I've got, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bowman.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Yes, sir. All right, gentlemen, I guess we're going to have to move that along. We probably need to add it to the agenda with a motion. Mr. Evans?
Yes, that would be the same as the last
Thank you, sir.
matter.
All right. Moving on to item 6D, Ms. Vanderhyde, health insurance. Rate increases.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
As I do every year, I try to give you all an update about our insurance coverage. We do have that with Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. And just for the sake of the citizens as well as you all, we are a self-funded plan, which means that we pay expected rates into our insurance fund and we pay our own claims. So that's just what self-funded means. This year, when we were going through our renewal, if you'll remember last year, we had a 2% decrease. So we were prepared for a very large increase. This year, the average increase was 9.3% in our expected rates. And so we did a little investigation of other localities to see how are their increases going as far as health insurance is concerned. And we saw that, relatively speaking, ours was somewhat of a smaller increase. Some were as high as 12 to 15%. One was really out of the ordinary at 30%. So I think that speaks highly of our employees, especially those that are participating in the high deductible plan. When you participate in the high deductible plan, you take more ownership of your own health care and you kind of get the best bang for your buck because you know you're responsible for a great portion of that cost. So one of the things that we've heard over and over and over again is our family coverage is just too high. What the employee has to pay is just too high. That doesn't mean our premium is high. It just means that what we're able to contribute toward that plan is not as high as perhaps other localities are able to do. So thanks to Holly Stanfield, she did reach out to the other localities to see what other boards are doing as far as support, especially for the family plan, but we looked at all those different tiers, and what we found out was that on average, employees are paying about $750 for a family plan. Ours is great, much higher than that. After this increase would be applied, it would be well over $1,000 per month for them to pay for that coverage. So instead of looking at all the tiers per se, we did look at them and review all of them. And what made sense is for us to reduce that family plan, for it to be more affordable, especially as an attraction piece for recruitment, especially for sheriff's deputies. We've heard that over and over again, that it's hard to recruit good young people that may need that family coverage. So we brought our high deductible premium down to $754 per month, which is a decrease from what it has been in the past. We also decreased the Key Care 30 plan as well, but not as greatly as the high deductible plan. We are trying to steer more people to that high deductible plan. They do get a benefit. We do provide $1,000 for their health savings account, which is also very attractive to draw people to that high deductible plan. We also looked at surrounding counties as far as our employee-only coverage. We do a great job of giving that coverage at a very reasonable cost. Even with a 9% increase, 9.3% increase, our high deductible premium per month is only $17. So you can't beat that, So we wanted to make sure everybody was kind of, you don't want to help one side without helping the other. So what we ended up doing is on our Key Care 30 plan, all tiers except for the family coverage experienced a 9.3% increase in premiums. And just to put it in perspective, for employee only, if they have Key Care 30, that's $9 more a month. So it's not exceptional or out of the question as far as an increase in that coverage. As far as high deductible, we did pass on the 9.3% increase to our employee coverage, but the other three tiers just prior to family coverage, we kept those premiums level. They did not experience an increase. We just left the premiums they were paying at the same level. So all of these changes will cost our insurance reserve account to take a hit for about $169,000. We have $290,000 in that reserve. That reserve is also used for departments who may have an employee that leaves the county who did not have the insurance, but we hire somebody that needs the insurance. We have money to pull from, because we don't budget for health insurance unless there's an employee in a slot that's currently getting the insurance. We just keep those monies in reserve. So I think it's a good plan. I think we thought long and hard. I want to thank Mr. Shorter and Ms. Stanfield and myself. We all got together to kind of put our heads together about what we wanted to do and how we wanted to tackle this. We have tried for several years to be more competitive as far as health insurance benefits, and I think we're headed in the right direction with this. But any questions you may have, you should have new rates in your board packet so you can see what they look like. But I'm here to answer questions if you have any.
Questions? Mr. Bowman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Kim, I'm looking at the rate here under the Key Care 30, and just so I'm clear on this, on the last column, where it reads employee only, employee one child, and on down the line, each one of those are an increase, but when you get to the employee and family, it's a decrease. So have the ones above the employee and family, have they been increased to adjust somewhat for that employee and family? Is that the way that?
Yes, the employee family, we made that less so that it would be more affordable.
Okay.
In case you have people that need to migrate to that. Currently, just to put it in perspective, we have one person that has family coverage in the whole county.
Has what?
In Pittsylvania County, we have one person that currently has family coverage, and that's it. And it's because it's just not affordable. But your other tiers, like the employee one child, children,
Right.
spouse, they are experiencing that 9.3% increase.
Okay.
But they do have an option to move to that high deductible plan if it becomes unbearable. And we found, when you talk to people that have been very hesitant to move to the high deductible plan, but then finally make the move, they realize, this isn't bad at all. And so we are planning on doing some education during open enrollment to get our insurance agent in to come and talk to our employees about the benefits of a high deductible plan, because it's not all bad. It sounds bad, but your actual out-of-pocket maximum cost is less under the high deductible plan than under a traditional plan. So that's what we want to stress. We want to try to help our employees save money.
Good. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You want to?
Yes,
Mr. Dalton.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Vanderhyde, do we still have the school and everybody under the same
We do.
umbrella?
Yes.
The more, the better. Is that right?
We've always been a plan, so it's us, it's the schools, and the town of Gretna.
Okay.
It's all three entities, and we have about 1,460 total employees. Well, not employees, members that's under that. So that might be employees, their spouses, their children, that's everybody. It is a very large group. I think it's helpful that we are combined with the schools because they are younger. you want young people on your health insurance plan. Unfortunately, there are a lot of older people that work for Pennsylvania County. It speaks volumes of experience and knowledge and that kind of thing, but when it comes to health care, you want those children, you want families, and you want young people. So the young teachers that are on that plan really help us. So that's why it's beneficial. But sometimes they have a better year than we do. Sometimes we have a worse year than they do. But because we are combined and we do use that same self-insurance, it would be very difficult for us to pull away from each other. The run out, and the run out is the money that you have to have available to pay claims once you leave self-insurance. Right now, we have around $5 million in our employee health fund, which is very good, very healthy, but it wouldn't take much at $2 million to zap that money. So,
Right, any other questions, comments?
I'm good.
Thank you, Ms. Van der Heydt.
so this will be on the agenda for tonight. Did we put that on consent already? So this will also need to be added, just like the other two items.
Okay, thank you so very much. All right. I think it's, we're down to 8, closed session. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Can you read us in, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There are 4 matters designated for closed session this evening, which are, first, consultation with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel. Legal Authority, Virginia Code, Section 2.23711A8. Subject matter, potential landfill contract and fire EMS service agreement. Purpose, legal counsel contract consultation. Second, there's a discussion or consideration of the acquisition of real property for a public purpose or of the disposition of publicly held real property where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body. Legal Authority, Virginia Code, Section 2.23711A3. Subject matter, potential property donation acquisition. Purpose, review and discussion regarding the same. Third, discussion of the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds, including interviews of bidders or offers, and discussion of the terms or scope of such contract, where discussion in an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body. Legal Authority, Virginia Code, Section 2.23711A29. Subject matter, comprehensive plan update project. Purpose, contractor, vendor selection, and negotiations discussion. And then last, discussion concerning the prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry where no previous announcement has been made of the businesses or industry's interest in locating or expanding its facilities in the community. Legal Authority, Virginia Code, Section 2.23711A5. Subject matter, unannounced prospective businesses and industries. Purpose, general economic development projects update. Mr. Chairman, it would now be appropriate to entertain a motion, second, and discussion and vote regarding entering closed session.
Thank you, sir. I'll entertain that motion.
Yes, sir.
I'll make a motion, Mr. Chairman, I'm going in closed session.
Thank you, Mr. Dalton.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Ingram. Motion second to go into closed session. Any discussion? If not, gentlemen, cast your votes. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. Mr. Evans, would you read us in, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, be it resolved that at the Pittsylvania County Board of Supervisors work session held on July the 15th, 2025, the board hereby certifies by recorded vote that to the best of each board member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and identified in the motion authorizing the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed meeting. If any board member believes that there was a departure from the requirements of the act, he shall so state prior to the vote, indicating the substance of the departure. The statement shall be recorded in the board's minutes. We will now have a roll call vote regarding said certification of closed session. Mr. Dalton.
Yes.
Mr. Dudley.
Yes.
Mr. Ingram.
Yes.
Mr. Whittle. Mr. Bowman.
Yes.
Mr. Height.
Yes.
Mr. Tucker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, we are